House will come to order. The invocation today will be given by the Honorable Amos O'Neill, State Representative from the 94th District. Will members, staff, and guests in the gallery please rise? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The book of Matthew, chapter 6, verses 9 through 13. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily, give us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Clerk will open the board for the purpose of taking attendance. The board is now open. Members may check in at their desks.
For the purposes of an announcement, the chair recognizes Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Caucus call for my Democratic colleagues. Caucus call in the Speaker's Library. Caucus call in the Speaker's Library. Thank you.
WWMT Channel 3 Kalamazoo is given permission to videotape today's session.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to excuse all absent members.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce today's attendance.
Madam Speaker, a quorum of the House is present. There are no members absent with prior excuse.
Will members, staff, and guests in the gallery please rise and join me now in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to the order of messages from the Senate, and I move to read in messages from the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, the Senate respectfully requests the return of House Bill 4294.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to grant the Senate's request.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to the order of notices.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 209.
Majority Floor Leader moves to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 209. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The bill is discharged and placed on the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 212.
Majority Floor Leader moves to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 212. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The bill is discharged and placed on the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
I move to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 213.
Majority Floor Leader moves to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 213. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The bill is discharged and placed on the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 216.
Majority Floor Leader moves to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 216. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The bill is discharged and placed on the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to the order of second reading of bills. I would count item number 87, House Bill 4619.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Bill 4619, introduced by Representative Rogers, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
In order of second reading of bills, move to count item number 88, House Bill 4620.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 88, House Bill 4620, introduced by Representative Edwards, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are amendments. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Insurance and Financial Services, Representative Brenda Carter, Chair, recommends the adoption of substitute H1.
The question for the House is the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
In order of second reading of bills, move to count item number 89, Senate Bill 4621.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 89, House Bill 4621, introduced by Representative Fitzgerald, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Committee on Insurance and Financial Services, Representative Brenda Carter, Chair, recommends the adoption of substitute H1.
The question for the House is the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Fitzgerald offers a floor substitute H2 identified as Amendment 2.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of second reading bills will count on number 90, Senate House Bill 4622.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 90, House Bill 4622, introduced by Representative Miller, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are amendments. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Insurance and Financial Services, Representative Brenda Carter, Chair, recommends the adoption of substitute H1.
The question for the House is the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Miller offers a floor substitute H3, identified as Amendment 2.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of second reading of bills, move to account item number 91, House Bill 4623.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar number 91, House Bill 4623, introduced by Representative Kolazar, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
In Committee on Insurance and Financial Services, Representative Brenda Carter, Chair, recommends the adoption of substitute H1.
The question for the House is the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Kolazar offers a floor substitute H2, identified as Amendment 2.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of second reading bills will take up Senate Bill 209.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 209, a bill to amend an act to prohibit the marriage of a person under 16 years of age and to declare the marriage void. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Fink offers one amendment identified as Amendment 1.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is not adopted. Supposed to be? Are there further amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Hope offers a floor substitute H2, identified as Amendment 2.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of second reading bills will take Senate Bill 212.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 212, a bill to amend the Estates and Protected Individuals Code. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are amendments. The clerk will read.
Representative Hope offers a floor substitute H1, identified as Amendment 1.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
The order of second reading bills will take up Senate Bill 213.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 213, a bill to amend an act to establish the status of minors. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
The order of second reading bills will take up Senate Bill 216.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 216, a bill to amend the Safe Families for Children Act. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
The order of second reading bills will take up Senate Bill 141.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 141, a bill to amend the Michigan Liquor Control Code of 1998. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to see the order of third reading of bills and take up Senate Bill 209 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 209, a bill to amend an act to prohibit the marriage of a person under 16 years of age and to declare the marriage void. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 209, there are 103 aye votes and 5 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed.
Go, guys. Guys.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayat.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayat.
Continuing order of third reading bills will take up Senate Bill 212 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection so ordered, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 212, a bill to amend the Estates and Protected Individuals Code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 212, there are 103 aye votes and 5 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayat.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayat.
Continuing in the order of third reading bills will take up Senate Bill 213 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection so ordered, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 213, a bill to amend an act to establish the status of minors. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, please vote at your desks. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 213, there are 103 aye votes and 5 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Churches.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have 53 students and 10 adults from the city of Southgate with us.
Will the guests of Representative Churches please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of third reading bills, we'll take up Senate Bill 216 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 216, a bill to amend the Safe Families for Children Act. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 216, there are 103 aye votes and 5 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing order of third reading bills, move to take up calendar item number 87, House Bill 4619.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read. Majority Floor Leader, what would you like to do with that bill? Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 87, House Bill 4619, introduced by Representative Rogers, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are no amendments. Speaker recognizes Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do I have permission to speak to the entire package?
Without objection, so ordered.
For over a decade, the Federal Affordable Care Act has provided vital consumer protections and access to affordable, high-quality health care for Michiganders. Our residents and the healthcare system have come to rely on popular provisions like prohibiting health insurers from denying coverage of individuals with pre-existing conditions guaranteeing that dependents up to age 26 can remain on your health insurance, and ensuring coverage for absolutely critical preventative care services. As a practicing physical therapist, I have seen the impacts firsthand when individuals lack access to care. Fully covered preventative services are absolutely vital to ensure that patients do not forgo medical treatment until their care is either more expensive or more likely to have a worse healthcare outcome. The recent Texas court ruling in Braidwood Management versus Becerra jeopardizes access to life-saving colorectal, breast, and other cancer screenings, heart screenings, vaccines, and other preventative health services for Michiganders in jeopardy and could further widen health disparities in our state. Madam Speaker, I'd like us to consider this today. How many of each one of us have relied upon these types of screenings? How many of us have received one of those dreaded phone calls from a medical provider? Hi, Mrs. Rogers. I'm sorry to call and tell you this, but your test came back positive for additional tests. While that type of news is never a joyous or uplifting occasion, what is helpful is that often these early screenings are absolutely life-saving. Without these protections, an individual's healthcare costs would likely skyrocket, which would add financial strain to families. That is simply inhumane and frankly un-American. If these bills are enacted, Michigan would join at least 15 other states that have already placed some or all of these provisions into their own state statutes. I'd like to point out that these bills do not, I repeat, they do not go beyond what is already provided under the Federal Affordable Care Act. My bill in this package, HB 4619, specifically incorporates the prohibition on discrimination against individuals in healthcare coverage or rates because of their race, color, creed, marital status, sex, national origin, gender, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, or age. Bigotry, whether it be based on race, sexual orientation, or gender, should never prevent an individual from access to health care. We all deserve equal access and equal protection under the law and in the health insurance marketplace. Timing is critical. We need to pass this life-saving legislation today to continue saving lives with these sound policies. Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and I urge a yes vote on these bills.
Speaker recognizes Representative Edwards.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak to the package as a whole.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Healthcare in Michigan is not perfect. I will be the first to admit that. And unfortunately, I am one of many who do not have all the answers to ensure that every citizen and child of our great state has access to healthcare they need. Healthcare access is divided by class, by gender, by geography, by race, and quite simply, by health status, such as having a pre-existing condition that can range from a life-threatening illness like cancer to chronic condition like diabetes, asthma, and heart disease. Although I may not have all the answers, but by passing this litigation to codify the Affordable Care Act in Michigan, we are saying to the people of Michigan that they are worth more than a pre-existing condition. Their status as a dependent, or even just the money they have in the bank. I frequently see GoFundMes being set up on the news or on social media for people who, despite these protections, are unable to afford the care they need. I hope that with the passage of these bills, we will make sure that Michiganders won't see an increase in these GoFundMes in the wake of court decisions and litigation that has made the ACA vulnerable. Madam Speaker, we do not live in a state where we consider it acceptable to address the basic healthcare needs of some but not others. Dr. King said, "The arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice." In Michigan, we are taking the steps to make sure healthcare does the same. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on these bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak to the entire package.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I rise today in support of this crucial legislation, and I rise in support of all Michiganders who rely on the Affordable Care Act for access to affordable, quality, comprehensive insurance. I rise in support of all those who need that coverage safeguarded for themselves and their families, including for their children and dependents. This legislation safeguards protections afforded under the ACA and will put those same protections into Michigan law. As a country, we have unfortunately seen that it's sometimes necessary to take steps to secure protections to residents that they have the medical services they need, deserve, and have a right to. This legislation helps to do just that. The ACA requires nearly all private health plans cover many critical preventative services without cost sharing. These bills serve to concretize those reforms and protections in Michigan statute. Solidifying ACA preventative services helps to keep Michiganders healthy and safe by ensuring they won't lose their health insurance. These bills do not go beyond what is already outlined in the ACA. They simply ensure those federal protections are made here in Michigan for generations to come. For example, my bill in this package will ensure the critical protections requiring insurers to allow dependent health coverage to policyholders. It would also allow the dependent to continue to stay on their guardian's insurance until the age of 26. Young people need and deserve to feel supported and at home here in Michigan. This legislation provides that security, that dependability, that reliability that we need in our healthcare system. That is the kind of a security that attracts people to Michigan, that brings them here and keeps them here too. This is important stuff. These are the things that keep real people awake at night. I have heard from folks in my district who are concerned about health care, and I know I'm not alone when hearing their worries. People all across the state are positively impacted by the ACA each and every day. Acquiring and retaining insurance can be a worrisome task, which is one of the many reasons why ACA protections need to be made law in Michigan. Families with dependents cannot be at risk of losing coverage. That is not an option for Michiganders. The policies that have come out of this legislation preserve those ACA protections provided under federal law, and it is of the utmost importance for Michigan families. Preventing these protections from being eroded also serves as a retention and recruitment tool that keeps Michiganders here and attracts more residents to our great state. Madam Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes to protect health care for the people of Michigan. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Colasar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak to the package.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I stand before you to speak in support of all of these bills, including my own bill, House Bill 4623. The ACA guarantees that millions of people are able to receive a wide range of essential health benefits without additional out-of-pocket costs. My bill preserves what is often referred to as the popular provision of the ACA because it guarantees that everyone will have access to the 10 most basic categories of health benefits. It protects access to hospital emergency room visits and an ambulance ride if an accident happens. It preserves access to hospital stays and surgeries so patients and their families will worry less about affording the bill and focus more on just simply feeling better. It secures access to mental health services, substance use disorder services, and important behavioral health treatments. Madam Speaker, my bill keeps us from going back to the pre-ACA days when financial burdens of pregnancy and birth made access to care for many pregnant moms and their newborn babies inaccessible. Today, with the passage of this bill, we will protect benefits to critical preventative services and screenings such as early cancer detection, vaccinations, and other important services that can save lives. We will protect access to care for chronic medical conditions such as asthma and diabetes to keep those conditions from getting worse. If the ACA goes away, millions of Michiganders could end up going without because they would be unable to afford them or bankrupt themselves trying to. This bill enshrines that these important protections this bill enshrines these important protections in Michigan law. Michigan has the opportunity to be proactive. This is why I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I speak to the whole package?
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of this package of bills to amend the Insurance Code of 1956 and to enshrine sections of the Affordable Care Act into Michigan law. For decades now, we've heard every argument for and against federal health care mandates, and regardless of where you stand on this issue, I think we can all agree that no Michigander should go into debt or, heaven forbid, poverty because they couldn't navigate the convoluted system that this health insurance is. Prior to the implementation of the federal ACA, insurance providers had every right to implement annual and lifetime caps on health insurance coverage. If an insurance company decided that your cancer treatments were too expensive, you could have been hit with an annual cap on your coverage. If they decided that your Crohn's disease treatments were excessive, you could be hit with a lifetime benefit cap coverage. The same could have been said for frequent doctor's visits, prescriptions, the birth of your child, and much more. Imagine for 1 second living in fear that despite having a good job, great benefits, you may have health insurance limited or capped entirely because your insurance company provider decided that you were too costly. These are the fears of Michiganders, our residents, felt every day before ACA was the law of the land. My bill, House Bill 4622, would bar that from ever happening again. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I stand today to ask that we come together to ensure and continue to protect Michiganders from these issues, preserving access to ACA services and protections. I humbly ask for you to support yes on this bill and the entire package. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Michigan Advance has permission to photograph for the duration of today's session, and WWTV 9 and 10 News has permission to film for the duration of today's session. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4619, there are 67 aye votes and 41 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
I move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
In order of third reading bills, multi-calendar number 88, House Bill 4620, and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 88, House Bill 4620, introduced by Representative Edwards, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956, the people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4620, there are 84 aye votes and 24 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of third reading bills, move to count item number 89, House Bill 4621, and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered, the clerk will read.
Calendar item number 89, House Bill 4621, introduced by Representative Fitzgerald, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4621, there are 74 aye votes and 34 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of third reading bills, move to count item number 90, House Bill 4622, and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 90, House Bill 4622, introduced by Representative Miller, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4622, there are 64 aye votes and 44 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
For immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of third reading bills, move to take count item number 91, House Bill 4623, and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 91, House Bill 4623, introduced by Representative Colazar, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4623, there are 59 aye votes and 49.
Serving, having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing under third reading bills, move to take Senate Bill 141 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 71, Senate Bill 141, a bill to amend the Liquor Control Code of 1998. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 141, there are 103 aye votes and 5 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Wilson.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing order of third reading bills, we'll take count item number 16, House Bill 4706.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 16, House Bill 4706, a bill to amend an act to provide for the regulation and control of public and certain private utilities. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. WILX News 10, I believe, has permission to record for the balance of today's session. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4706, there are 100 aye votes and 8 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continuing order of third reading bills, we'll count item number 18, Senate Bill 14.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 14, a bill to amend the Administrative Procedures Act of 1969. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Martin offers one amendment identified as Amendment Number 1.
On third reading, amendments require support. Is there support? There is not support. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 1-4, there are 56 aye votes and 52 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continue order of third reading bills. Move calendar item number 17, House Bill 4573.
Without objection so ordered, the clerk will read.
Calendar item number 17, House Bill 4573, a bill to amend the Community College Act of 1966. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are no amendments. Speaker recognizes Representative Glanville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, HB 4573. This important bill provides a sunset extension for the Michigan New Jobs Training Program, extending this incredibly successful jobs creation program through 2033. The MNJTP is an important economic development incentive tool which authorizes community colleges to create a training pool to support employers that are creating new jobs and/or expanding operations here in Michigan. The MNJTP was first enacted in 2010, and the sunset most recently was extended in 2018. Since then, 305 employers have been served by the program, 34,647 new jobs have been projected, and 22 of 28 community colleges participate. Funds from the MNJPT can be used to pay for any direct training expenses, including basic adult education, job-related instruction, skills assessment, training equipment, materials and supplies, testing and evaluation of employees, customized or general instruction at a training facility selected by the employer, college tuition, books, fees, services of a private tutor, etc. So HB 4573 also requires that these jobs either meet 175% of the state minimum wage or the county ALICE wages for a household of one adult and one child, ensuring that workers not only gain the necessary skills to be successful, but that the job is one that will support Michiganders in achieving and maintaining self-sufficiency. But it's not just about wages. This is a win-win-win. Targeted training for well-paid jobs that opens the door to future opportunities and helps us achieving our population growth goals with retention of employees. This program has been a successful workforce development tool since 2010. It is broadly popular, earning nearly unanimous passage in committee with 13 of 14 members in support. And in fact, if I can quote from testimony that we had in committee, this program just works. So I urge a yes vote today so that we might continue to offer this program beyond 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4573, there are 85 aye votes and 23 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Continue order of third reading bills. Move to calendar number 15, House Bill 4752.
Without objection so ordered, the clerk will read.
Calendar item number 15, House Bill 4752, introduced by Representative Colazar, a bill to amend the Public School Employees Retirement Act of 1979. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, please vote at your desks. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4752, there are 100 aye votes and 8 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move to proceed to order motions and resolutions.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
I move that committees begin leave to meet during the balance of today's session.
Without objection, so ordered. Committees are given leave to meet.
We're yet.
The House will stand at ease until 4 p.m.
The House will come to order. House proceed to announcements by the Clerk of Printing and Enrollment.
The clerk announced that the following bills have been reproduced and made available electronically on Tuesday, June 27th. House Bills 4845 through 4859, Senate Bills 408 through 417. Clerk announced that the following Senate bill have been received on Tuesday, June 27th. Senate Bill 293. The clerk announced that the following Senate bills had been received on Wednesday, June 28th. Senate Bills 176, 280, 287, 330, 364, and 384.
Messages from the Senate.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, I herewith return to the House House Bill 4153. The Senate has passed the bill in order that it be given immediate effect.
Bill is referred to clerk for enrollment printing presentation to the governor on June 27th.
I herewith return House Bill 4202. The Senate has passed the bill, ordered it to be given immediate effect, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agreed to the full title. Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor on June 27th.
Herewith return House Bill 4454. The Senate has passed the bill.
The bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor on June 27th.
Herewith return House Bill 4696. The Senate has passed the bill, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agreed to the full title. The bill was referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor on June 27th.
Herewith return House Bill 4697. The Senate has passed the bill, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agreed to the full title. The bill was referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor on June 27th.
Herewith return House Bill 4699. The Senate has passed the bill, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agreed to the full title. The bill was referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor on June 27th.
Herewith return House Bill 4702. The Senate has passed the bill, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agreed to the full title. The bill was referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor on June 27th.
Herewith return House Bill 4084. The Senate has passed the bill, order that be given immediate effect, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agrees to the full title. The bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
Herewith return House Bill 4317. The Senate has passed the bill in order that be given immediate effect.
House agrees to House referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
Herewith return House Bill 4318. The Senate has passed the bill, ordered that be given immediate effect, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agrees to the full title. Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
Herewith return House Bill 4616. The Senate has passed the bill, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agrees to the full title. Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
Herewith return House Bill 4617. The Senate has passed the bill, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
House agrees to the full title. Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 176, a bill to amend the General Property Tax Act. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for a first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Tax Policy.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 280, a bill to amend the Public Health Code. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for a first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Health Policy.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 287, a bill to amend the Public Health Code. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for a first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Health Policy.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 293, a bill to amend the State Housing Development Authority Act of 1966. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for a first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Small Business.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 330, a bill to amend the General Property Tax Act. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for a first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Tax Policy.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 364, a bill to amend the General Property Tax Act. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for a first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Insurance and Financial Services.
Herewith transmit Senate Bill 384, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. People of the
by its title, referred to the Committee on Health Policy. Introduction of bills.
Representative Menser offers House Bill 4860, a bill to amend the Charter Township Act. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for the first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Local Government, Municipal Finance.
Representative Snyder offers House Bill 4861, a bill to require the State Administrative Board to release restrictions on real property in Muskegon County. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for the first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Local Government, Municipal Finance.
Representative Aragona offers House Bill 4862, a bill to amend the City Income Tax Act. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for the first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Tax Policy.
Representative 3, a bill to amend the Powers of Appointment Act of 1967. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for the first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Representative Wozniak offers House Bill 4864, a bill to amend the Uniform Statutory Rule Against Perpetuities Act. People of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for the first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Representative Snyder offers House Bill 4865, a bill to amend the Michigan Liquor Control Code of 1998. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Regulatory Reform.
Representative Colazar offers House Bill 4866, a bill to amend the Charter Township Act. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Local Government, Municipal Finance.
Representative Colazar offers House Bill 4867, a bill to amend the Michigan Consumer Protection Act. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Regulatory Reform.
Representative DeSena offers House Bill 4868, a bill to amend the Still DeRossett Hale Single State Construction Code Act. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative DeSena offers House Bill 4869, a bill to amend an act authorizing the Mackinac Bridge Authority to acquire a bridge and a utility tunnel. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Transportation, Mobility, and Infrastructure.
Representative Bolin offers House Bill 4870, a bill to amend the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Bolin offers House Bill 4871, a bill to amend Michigan election law. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Wenzel offers House Bill 4872, a bill to amend the Michigan election law. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative DeBoyer offers House Bill 4873, a bill to amend the Michigan election law. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative DeBoyer offers House Bill 4874, a bill to amend the Michigan election law. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Smith offers House Bill 4875, a bill to amend the Michigan election law. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Smith offers House Bill 4876, a bill to amend the Michigan election law. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Martin offers House Bill 4877, a bill to amend an act to promote the efficiency of the government of the state. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
Representative Ayash offers House Bill 4878, an act to prohibit landlords from requiring certain disclosures from certain applicants for rental units. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Small Business.
Representative Cavett offers House Bill 4879, a bill to prohibit local units of government from enacting or enforcing any law, ordinance, policy, or rule that limits local officials, officers, or employees from communicating or cooperating with appropriate federal officials. The people of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Local Government, Municipal Finance.
Representative Hall offers House Bill 4880, a bill to prohibit counties from enacting or enforcing any law, ordinance, policy, or rule that limits peace officers or local officials, officers, or employees from communicating or cooperating with appropriate federal officials. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Representative Kuntz offers House Bill 4881, a bill to amend the of states in dower by the courtesy and general provisions
concerning the Committee on Local Government, Municipal Finance.
Representative Hall offers House Bill 4880, a bill to prohibit counties from enacting or enforcing any law, ordinance, policy, or rule that limits peace officers or local officials, officers, or employees from communicating or cooperating with appropriate federal officials. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bills considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Representative Kuntz offers House Bill 4881, a bill to amend the of states in dower by the courtesy and general provisions concerning Real Estate Act.
The House will stand at ease until 4 p.m.
Wood TV, Channel 8, Grand Rapids is given permission to videotape today's session. M Live is given permission to photograph today's session.
House will come to order. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to see the order of motions and resolutions and move to suspend Rule 42 in order to take up Senate Bill 377.
Majority Floor Leader moves to suspend Rule 42. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, nay. Rule 42 is suspended. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 377.
Majority Floor Leader moves to discharge the Committee on Criminal Justice of Senate Bill 377. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, nay. The Committee on Criminal Justice is discharged of Senate Bill 377. And is placed on the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to see the order of motions, continuing in the order of motions and resolutions. I move to vacate the enrollment.
Where's the script? Right here. I presume, no, you.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to see the order of messages from the Senate and read the message from the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read. Dealer's choice.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, the Senate respectfully respects the return of House Bill 4084.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move to see the order of motions and resolutions and move to vacate the enrollment of House Bill 4084.
Majority Floor Leader moves to vacate the enrollment of HB 4084. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The enrollment of House Bill 4084 is vacated. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to grant the Senate's request.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing in the order of messages from the Senate, I move to read in message from the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, the Senate respectfully requests the return of House Bill 4696.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed to vacate the enrollment. Move to see the order of motions and resolutions and vacate the enrollment of House Bill 4696.
Majority Floor Leader moves to vacate the enrollment of House Bill 4696. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The enrollment of House Bill 4696 is vacated. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move to grant the Senate's request.
Without objection, so ordered. House will come to order. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of reports of select committees to read in the conference report for House Bill 4437.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
The Committee of Conference on the Matters of Difference between the Two Houses concerning House Bill 4437 recommends, first, that the Senate recede from the substitute of the Senate as passed by the Senate. Second, that the House and Senate agree to the bill as passed by the House as amended. And third, that the House and Senate agree to the title of the bill. The conference report was signed by Representatives Whitwer and O'Neill and Senators Anthony and McCann. The conference report was not signed by Representative Leitner and Senator Bumstead.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to suspend Joint Rule 9 in order to take up House Bill 4437 at this time.
Without objection, the internet requirement is suspended. Members, we're not enforcing Rule 32, but can you please start heading towards your seats and quieting down? We have a very long list of people who would wish to address the body, so please start heading towards your seats and quieting down. The question for the House is on the adoption of the conference report. Speaker recognizes Representative Morse.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 4437, the fiscal year 2024 Omnibus Budget Bill. As chair for the subcommittee for the Department of Health and Human Services, it was my honor to help craft a budget for the state of Michigan that invests in our state and our people for generations to come. The investments we are making are critical to improving health outcomes statewide, ensuring we are protecting our most vulnerable people, especially children in the child welfare and juvenile justice system, and expanding access to our behavioral health system. We are providing health and human services to every corner of our state, from a critical access hospital in the Upper Peninsula to a substance use disorder clinic in Berrien County, to obstructive services in the Thumb, to health disparity reduction community health clinics in Detroit, to expanding severe autism services in Kalamazoo. The budget acknowledges that every community has unique needs that this budget works to address. This budget values what our residents need: more behavioral health access, supports for our child welfare system, prioritizing the lives of birthing mothers and babies, and extensive investments in local public health. This budget fulfills basic needs: food, healthcare, safe homes, and clean water. We are leveraging our state dollars in an incredibly effective way, bringing our federal tax dollars back to our state for the provision of so many services. We are well aware that the state is severely lacking in behavioral health providers, a fact that was exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. While unfortunately there is no quick fix for this problem, we are looking at every opportunity to build that workforce. To that end, we are investing in retention and recruitment for behavioral health providers, an accelerated degree scholarship program for social workers, and expanding certified community behavioral health clinics to 19 additional facilities. We are also providing additional resources for mental health care for first responders and a variety of investments in substance use disorder prevention and treatment. Mothers and babies of color continue to die at an embarrassingly high level in the state and country. And our overall rate of maternal and infant death is way too high for a country that supposedly has the best health care in the world. The state of Michigan is working to reverse these failures by continuing significant state investments in maternal infant health, including programs such as the Perinatal Quality Collaborative, Centering Pregnancy, hospital maternal health incentives, and most importantly, eliminating the 5-year Medicaid waiting period for pregnant people. For over a decade, our state has been operating under a consent decree for historic failures in the child welfare system, in part due to chronic underfunding, which we are still working to address. Taking care of our most vulnerable children should be something that we take very seriously, and as such, we are increasing the Child Care Fund to 75% reimbursement for counties to expand juvenile justice programming, providing an 8% increase for foster families, investing in foster care respite services, and supporting our Michigan court-appointed special advocates who advocate for our children during their judicial procedures. Our counties and local governments rely on our help for the delivery of services. We are providing our counties with 50% reimbursement for essential local public health services. We are committing $30 million of ongoing general fund for victims of crimes to account for a substantial reduction in federal and state Victims of Crime Act dollars. We are investing in food supports, such as the Michigan Agriculture Support System and meal delivery program for homebound seniors. Finally, we are investing heavily in safe homes and clean water to ensure residents of the state never again face the problems that have plagued the cities of Flint and Benton Harbor. Madam Speaker, the health and human services provided in this budget are investments that this body can be proud of, as the clear intention is to serve the needs of the people. We are leveraging as many federal dollars as possible and using our state resources wisely to ensure that we are providing quality health care and social services to serve the most in need, as well as care for the general welfare of us all. We have taken great care to consider the greatest needs and address them in a sustainable way. I urge this body to vote yes in support. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Fink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you stepped outside the Capitol this morning and looked down Michigan Avenue, you could only see about a block before your vision began to be obscured by the smoke from the Canadian wildfires. So it is fitting that we are voting on the budget today because our ability to see what is really here is similarly hazy. In some senses, we spent the last 6 months working on this budget, but of course the bill was only just completed and made available to us a few hours ago, so please forgive me if I can't speak with complete accuracy to each chapter and verse here because I haven't had time to read it all. But in the portions I have been able to review, I see some frightening examples of irresponsible spending, pork projects, and at a time when we need to adapt and find creative solutions to new challenges our citizens face every day, more of the same old way of doing business that our constituents are so tired of. For example, there are millions of dollars set aside not only for public pools, but also for splash pads. The splash pads in the cities, I at least understand, but some of these splash pads are apparently going to be placed alongside the shores of Lake Michigan, which I always thought was wet enough already. Additionally, there are surprising deletions of previously standard boilerplate, like the removal of the prohibition on taxpayer-funded abortions. At least the $14 million for the John Ball Zoo is on theme as a very special pet project. Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote, but for any of our colleagues who decline to heed my advice, I invite them to visit me in Hillsdale or Coldwater during the summer district work period, where we can tour some of Michigan's largest hog farms and Michigan's largest pork plant, other than Lansing, that is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Menser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a whole, this budget was created with hard work, dedication, and focus on meeting Michigan's future goals and needs. I am proud of the work that went into putting this budget together and that put Michiganders first. There is one specific allocation that I'd like to speak to directly: Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Selfridge is important to House District 61 and to the Tri-County area. The base, which is a key component of our state's disaster response and is also a vital air base for the continued safety of our nation. This base hosts service members from every Guard and reserve component in our nation's military, in addition to active duty Coast Guard and Border Patrol units. It is where many of my community members, their families, and friends work, and where I worked many years ago. The additional funding this budget provides will position Selfridge to compete for and win the placement of a next-generation fighter squadron. That, in turn, will attract even more jobs and investments to the base and to our surrounding communities. Selfridge not only enhances our nation's security, it also provides career opportunities and contributes more than $800 million annually to our local economy. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like many of you in this chamber, I did not start out in state government. I first ran for a local office in Orion Township, where I served as treasurer for years prior to joining this body. In that capacity, I made sure that we used our resources efficiently for the benefit of all of our residents. Upon my arrival here in Lansing, I received what felt like a great honor to be able to serve on the Appropriations Committee. It was my hope to take the lessons that I had learned from local government and to utilize how important the budgets are to governing. The budget is the fuel that runs our state, and without it, the engine of our state stops. Much like a car, our state needs the right fuel. In government, that means spending responsibly and sustainably every year. Our check engine light is on, and it won't turn off until we have fixed the roads and put our state on a path to long-term modernization and sustainable spending. I'm disappointed in the path that we have taken to get here. What should have been an engaged collaboration across partisan lines has degenerated into a lesson of partisan railroading. If legislators have not had the opportunity, 3 hours, to read the bills, what makes you think the public has? These are taxpayer dollars that we are spending. The public deserves to know how their money is being spent. As we approach the 4th of July, it's important to remember that public consultation in government is one of the primary principles of our national heritage. I have continuously have heard that this is just simply how the budgets are done in Michigan. I believe we had the chance to do better. As nearly half of all of us are freshman members in this House, It has making me sad to see that we have surrendered to this process.
Representative, I've given you a lot of latitude. You are to speak to the bill, not the process, and that goes for everyone else as well. Speaker recognized Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the governor did when she first ran for office, most of us were here to make a pledge to fix the darn roads. The whole state expects us to responsibly use our budget surplus to finally accomplish that mission. Unfortunately, we will all have to report to the people of our districts that we have failed them. While I have advocated for a significant yet responsible amount of one-time spending to fix the roads, each time these amendments have been defeated. As this budget exists, it falls well short of accomplishing the most fundamental, basic task of our government, which is to fix our roads. This budget falls short of the expectations that have been set by the people who have elected us. This budget lacks transparency. It neglects our infrastructure and fails to value long-term sustainability. I don't believe that any responsible legislator could believe that this budget reflects our values. I urge you, colleagues, this is the opportunity to vote no. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Shriver.
Thank you. Section 224 of the 2022 budget was taken out of this budget. This allows our government to open the door for vaccine mandates for government services. It opens the door for vaccine passports. It opens the door for a public database of your private vaccine status. It opens the door for vaccine mandates to get a job, also removed. You want a vaccine exemption? That's gone. Your doctor cites a vaccine may be detrimental to your health. That's not in there anymore. You have a written statement that you can't get the vaccine because of a religious conviction. That's gone. I can't in good conscience vote for this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Brixey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of House Bill 4473. I'm proud to support a budget that prioritizes our farming communities, creates economic opportunity, and safeguards our natural resources. One of the many common sense priorities that this budget supports is the Double Up Food Bucks program. Double Up Food Bucks help families access healthy local produce while also supporting Michigan farmers. It's a win-win. We're also protecting the health of our communities by providing dollars to test for emerging contaminants like PFAS in our food and soil. This budget also funds key research into soil health and regenerative agriculture, preparing our agricultural industry for the future and mending past damage to our farmland. Like any Michigander, I love and appreciate Michigan's spectacular shores, stunning forests, and incredible hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreation opportunities. This budget reflects the stewardship of our great outdoors that is at the heart of what it truly means to be a Michigander. The budget invests in the restoration of Michigan's wetlands,
playing a pivotal role in stormwater management, environmental stability, and pollution mitigation. We're investing in resource mapping to better understand the natural assets we have at our fingertips. Finally, this budget includes one of the most crucial investments the legislature has ever made to protect the ecosystem of our Great Lakes. Asian carp are devastating the ecosystems of countless bodies of fresh water across the Midwest. We must not let them get into the Great Lakes. This budget includes protections agreed upon by the Great Lakes Compact, investing in barriers to shield our precious Great Lakes ecosystems for future generations. There's so much else to applaud in this budget, from generational investments in education to support for first responders to enhanced support for mental health care. I encourage you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we find ourselves facing a situation that threatens the very core of our values and our beloved state of Michigan. The state budget has grown to astronomical proportions, spiraling out of control with reckless abandon. And what's worse is there has been a complete absence of transparency. It is a slap in the face to the hardworking taxpayers who deserve a voice in the budget process. This budget is like a ticking time bomb ready to explode with the weight of its own excess. We've seen this playbook before: a bloated bureaucracy, hidden agendas, and a total disregard for the voices of the people. It is an affront to the principles of fiscal responsibility and limited government that people in my district hold dear. Transparency, my friends, is not a luxury, it's a fundamental right. The people of Michigan deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent. They deserve to have a say in the decisions that affect their lives, their families, and their communities. But instead, they are being left in the dark, struggling to make sense of this tangled web of budgetary bloat that just became public a few hours ago. All of Michigan deserves a seat at the table, a voice in the discussion, and an opportunity to have something in the budget. But it seems that a select few have made all the decisions behind closed doors with no regard to the hardworking men and women whose tax dollars fund this great state. We need a budget that reflects the will of the people, a budget that vendors first. We need a budget that focuses on cutting wasteful spending and reducing the burden on our taxpayers, one that fosters an environment of growth and opportunity. This budget, however, is an embodiment of big government gone wild, a reckless spending spree that will burden future generations with unsustainable government programs. Michigan is a state built on principles of hard work, innovation, and principled and personal responsibility. We don't need a bloated budget to dictate our lives and stifle our potential. We need a lean, efficient government that empowers our citizens to chart their own course, to pursue their dreams, and to create a better future for themselves and our families. I urge a no vote on this budget. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Brayback.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of House Bill 4437. This budget makes good on promises we've made for the people of Michigan. And this is what really matters: the people of Michigan. Delivering for Michiganders is at the core of our jobs. We serve our residents, and this budget serves them as well. This budget provides opportunities to change the lives of our constituents in tangible, real, measurable ways. We are importantly addressing their needs. We've listened, and we're now delivering a smart, responsive budget. I'm proud of the work that we have collectively done, and this budget includes funds to expand Michigan's organ donor registry to help save lives of our residents right here.
This budget includes funds to be used to implement and uphold the protections enshrined in ELCRA and our newly created ballot petitions, Propositions 1 and 2. In other words, this budget empowers Michigan to uphold anti-discrimination policies and to ensure our government is transparent and we have free and fair elections. This budget includes funds for job courts, courts that help people get back on the right path with the necessary wraparound services. And lastly, this budget funds the very important work that our counties, villages, cities, and townships do. These allocations will make Michigan communities robust and attend to them with health of the local support and the health of that local support. These allocations promote collaboration between us, the state, and our local governments, which also help in our reinvestments right here in Michigan at all levels. This budget before us defines our state priorities, and I'm proud to say that we listened and we've delivered for our residents. I encourage a yes vote on this budget to now and even better secure the well-being of our state, creating a brighter horizon for all of our Michiganders to work, live, and play in. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Hood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 4437. It's been an honor and truly cathartic to deliver the Eagle budget this term. A special thanks to our House fiscal team, the Dem policy and appropriations teams, my Senate and administration counterparts, my amazing vice chair in the 14th District, the MVC from the 96th District, and the amazing staff of the 81st House District. We genuinely have delivered for the people of Michigan. This term, climate denial might still disrupt Energy Committee, but it's not going to touch our budgets. This budget is the first Eagle budget to fully embrace the climate challenges in front of us. Over the last several weeks, I've become increasingly confident that a better future is being written for our children and their ability to breathe, drink clean water, and enjoy the natural resources Michigan uniquely has to offer well into the future. But I would be remiss not to comment on the fact that we're voting on this budget in the midst of a public health event caused by an unseasonably early and gnarly forest fire in Canada that's been burning for weeks. No amount of conspiratorial thinking can change the fact that the impacts of climate change are here among us. My colleague came in from outside short of breath after inhaling air full of VOC and particulate matter from a fire hundreds of miles away. No deniers can deny the unprecedented impacts of extreme storm events in the UP or Detroit. No one can deny that lakeshore mansions built on shifting sand aren't holding up to extreme changes to water levels. With this budget, we secure millions of dollars in grants to make Michigan communities climate resilient and renewable ready. Our communities will benefit by being able to deploy cheaper, renewable, and more energy efficient sources of energy. This helps reduce costs for consumers, creates local jobs, and makes our communities greener. Another huge win in this budget is that it includes a healthy amount of one-time funding for groundwater study. Michigan's underwater aquifers must be valued as our sixth Great Lake and a resource that we need to better understand and sustainably manage. The eyes of the nation are on Michigan as you and I make strategic decisions to position as leaders in clean energy and environmental justice. With funding in this budget, we will begin serious efforts to gather baseline data and reduce our carbon impact. On top of our SOAR investments in future-facing industries like mobility, battery storage, semiconductor technology, we'll layer in research and development to help us leapfrog forward in the circular economy, looking at critical mineral recycling and the water energy nexus. Serving northern Kent County, the canary in the coal mine that is the PFAS contamination crisis, I'm relieved to be delivering over $30 million in funding dedicated to addressing this forever chemical. Notably, this budget continues our path forward, restoring the workforce at Eagle, adding 100 new jobs. This is paramount to our ability to leverage historic federal infrastructure funding to clean up and protect our water, to invest in failing infrastructure, to attract and retain business, clean up brownfields, permit development projects, deliver new housing, all of this for Michigan's working families and our soon-to-be growing population. This budget is a Christmas just before July kind of moment for the people of Michigan energy right now. Like George, we've had a chance to look back at the past. We found new gratitude for the opportunity to fight hard for our communities and deliver a cleaner, healthier future. We have new investors, and we're ready to get this place in shape. You'll remember the line, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. In Michigan, it's more like every time a client denier sings, an Eagle staffer gets their wings. Please join me in voting yes for House Bill 4437. Thank you very much to everyone who helped make this a reality.
No. We got a lot of speakers to get through. Please don't make this harder than it needs to be, friends. Speaker recognizes Representative Zorn.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. I asked to speak on House Bill 4437.
Without objection, so ordered. We're only doing one bill. You guys don't have to ask for permission on it. Y'all have permission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. History is repeating itself before our eyes today. In 2010, the last time Democrats, and I'm not trying to make this political whatsoever, but it was the last time that Democrats were in the majority. Michigan was in a recession with high inflation. When President Obama signed the American Recovery and Investment Act, a one-time spending bill to bail out state government, Governor Granholm and the Democrat majority at the time created new government programs, gave a grand infusion of money to the K-12 education that created new K-12 programs and employment. The following year, 2011, the federal government...
Representative, can you please keep your comments to this bill? Speaker recognizes Representative Zorn.
Okay. Well, the following year, it's history. History right here in this.
It's not this bill, though. Come on, help me help you.
It's history of this bill. Absolutely it is. 5 seconds.
Take your time. Read ahead, do what you got to do. I got to pick up my pen down here anyway. Take a second.
Thank you. As the old guy here, it takes time. The new K-12 programs could no longer be funded. The legislature had to reduce its budget, and school administrators and teachers were calling their legislators to find money to continue.
Representative. For like real or? Are you sure? Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader.
Last I checked, each individual member can speak for themselves. So I would appreciate it if my counterpart will allow his member to speak and you to be the chair.
Representative Zorn, last time, please start talking about this bill or we're going to move on. Speaker recognizes Representative Zorn.
While there is some good in spending in this budget, the future ability to sustain it is bleak. We have been here before. What did we learn? Do we let history repeat itself? I urge my colleagues to learn from the past, and vote no on this unsustainable spending spree that fails to protect future budgets and spending. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Speaker recognizes Representative Andrews. No, guys, come on now. They can't do it, you can't do it, no clapping, knock it off. Speaker recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of my constituents in District 38 on one item in the budget in particular that hits close to home for me. The critical funding to repower the Palisades nuclear plant in Covert is yet another step towards a greener, more reliable energy grid for Michigan and for the entire country. In a time when weather disasters are becoming more frequent and our energy grid is at best unreliable, we must do everything we can to ensure that Michiganders have access to safe, dependable energy resources. Repowering the Palisades nuclear plant is an economic investment with immeasurable benefits for generations to come. Repowering will protect 600 high-paying jobs plus an additional 1,100 jobs during outages and refueling. These jobs are generally and broadly good-paying union jobs that provide amazing benefits and family-sustaining wages in a region that is generally hard-pressed for great economic development opportunities. On top of the amazing workforce opportunities, once fully powered, the plant can produce more than 800 megawatts of reliable and clean power. That's enough for 800,000 homes and small businesses, as well as the equivalent of roughly all of the solar and wind currently installed across the state. While we may not all agree on the existence of climate change, I think we can all agree that we have a problem that requires an immediate solution. And as everybody's been talking about walking outside today and breathing in the air, I think we really all should agree on climate change. Madam Speaker, the budget is chock full of smart investments for my district and every district in our state. I am honored and excited to vote yes on this bill, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative DeBoyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this should be a great day for the state of Michigan. We came into this year with nearly a $10 billion budget surplus. We've got $81 billion to spend. This budget alone is somewhere near $60 billion. This should be a great day. The surplus is gone, and we're going to spend $60 billion on what should be infrastructure, bridges, water lines, all of the critical sewer infrastructure, retention, acquisition of more law enforcement, first responders. But instead what we do is we take the money in this budget and we spread it. It's 96,000 square miles in size and it's 1 inch deep. It doesn't fund things to a level on an individual basis to solve any problems. The roads won't be fixed with this. Our infrastructure won't be repaired with this. It creates long-term liabilities with one-time spends. So what'll happen is it'll send us on a path where we're gonna say, my goodness, we're in a financial crisis. What do? Do we raise taxes? Do we cut benefits? Those are the things we're headed down. As one of my distinguished colleagues said, you better believe it. This is Christmas in July is what this is. This is bloat, this is pork, this is special interest, this is pet projects. Heck, we got a pet project going into District 29. We don't even know what the project is. It isn't listed, but we're gonna send $50 million there. It's out of control. We're ranked 39th in the state in education, but we're going to earmark $8 million to send fourth graders to state parks. We're going to create 1,000 new full-time state employees. 1,000. It's out of control. We haven't spent enough for roads. We haven't spent enough for bridges. We haven't spent enough for police recruitment. But what we have done is we've weakened the requirement for reporting on in-person working or not remote working. We require the Michigan State Police to recruit more diverse police force. I'll be honest with you, I would prefer a qualified police force. This eliminates the walk-in Secretary of State service. This eliminates any notification from the Secretary of State's office with regard to mass mailings. It puts $500 million in a SOARS fund with no oversight by the legislature. It also puts $225 million into paying off teachers' student loans. Why teachers? Why just teachers? This budget is bloated, it's out of control, it's wasteful, it's irresponsible. You know, Ayn Rand is an author that wrote a book called Atlas Shrugged. And here's the deal. There are looters and there are producers. So as we vote on this bill, you have to decide who you are. I cannot support this bill.
Okay. Speaker recognizes Representative Churches.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thrilled to share with Downriver how the Michigan budget is investing in our communities. These landmark investments will grant Downriver the opportunity to begin work on targeted projects that will positively impact our community for years to come. Some of these projects include lead line replacement and water treatment investments to ensure that our waters stay safe and clean, generational investments into our crumbling infrastructure, starting the process of modernizing some of our train crossings so that we are not stopped for long periods of times at trains, and so that the constituents of my community have safe transport in times of need. I ran for this seat, I taught all day, and I knocked doors every day after school so I could use my voice to stress the needs of Downriver and Lansing. My students would sometimes share with me their stories. I will never forget a student who described their after-school bike ride as riding their bike to the Broke Bridge and back. They were referring to the Park Lane Bridge that's been closed for over 4 years. Groseal is an island that consists of 12 islands and several bridges. The Groseal Free Bridge is a historic bridge. It is the only free bridge that connects residents to the mainland. This state budget will be making a monumental investment into the repair of the Groseal Bridge infrastructure. It is an honor to use my voice to turn up the voices of Downriver. These investments will leave an everlasting impact, not only on my community, but on this state. And I look forward to continuing to advancing the priorities of Downriver and Michiganders for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, sorry. As we learned yesterday, President for this chamber, rightfully or wrongly, guides our decision-making. The spending today in this bill is certainly unprecedented. I want to make sure that our citizens and those that have an interest in this bill know that this is an outlier. This will not establish the precedent for our budgets. It cannot. It will not. When those come to our office advocating for spending, do not point to 2024. I recognize that this budget includes federal dollars, which is a big portion of this budget. But previous budgets that included those federal dollars emphasized infrastructure, emphasized reducing debt, emphasized one-time funding, so that would be sustainable. While the analysis that we receive says that a lot of these programs are one-time, they sure do smell programmatic. And there are definitely winners in this budget. As we comb through this with the 3 hours we've given, we've totaled up $143 million just for the Lansing area alone, and we're still counting. There are good things in this budget. And seeing the previous budgets, this budget could have been much worse. But we can do better, and the way we do it is by working together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speaker recognizes Representative Leitner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget bill may not be perfect, and it may not invest every dollar exactly how we would have, given the opportunity. but it's a budget that prioritizes numerous caucus priorities. The chair from the 76th district reached out to ask for our input on those areas that are important to my caucus. And you'll see many of those priorities in this bill. One area where this budget shines is in the commitment to education. It recognizes that our children deserve the best possible start in life by continuing our commitment to investing in education at historic levels. Since I started serving in this chamber in 2019, we've raised the bar every year, ensuring that our students and educators have access to the resources they need to thrive. This budget also recognizes the critical need to make schools safer and more secure for our kids. It'll help more students in more schools with the additional investment for mental health and so our students can learn and grow in an environment free from fear. The urgent need to address our aging infrastructure is also recognized with an $80 million investment in local bridges, in critical need of replacement and rehabilitation, and another $234 million in public infrastructure grants. However, given the amount of money we have had on the books, we really could have invested more, a whole lot more. People struggling with mental illness should be able to get the help they need to live their best lives. House Republicans have made this a priority for years, and this budget continues to reflect that shared priority, including additional support for mental health services in schools and facilities in every region of the state. The prudent decision to allocate resources toward paying down debt is a testament to responsible stewardship. By reducing our debt burden, we create a stronger foundation for the future and free up resources that can be allocated to other pressing needs in the years to come. During my time here in this chamber, serving on appropriations, we've had many reasons to vote for a budget and many reasons to not vote for a budget. We can always find a reason one way or another. And while this budget may not be perfect, I recognize and appreciate its many strengths and the partnership we've had with my friend from the 76th district, and hope that we can have more fruitful conversations moving forward into the next budget year. And the last thing I wanted to say is we came here to serve our constituents, and I just ask that you think about that, take it to heart, and vote your conscience. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Beeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our job here in Lansing is difficult. We're required to look at complicated, nuanced policy and appropriations issues. There are compelling reasons to support and sometimes equally compelling reasons to oppose these bills. And today's no different. Before us is a 200-plus page document which is full of detailed and technical information. Tens of billions of dollars, which I'd be remiss if I didn't mention are earned only by the sweat of hardworking Michiganders' brows, are in this budget. Year after year, we're entrusted with this great honor of appropriating the money confiscated from families, businesses, and individuals across our state for the so-called public good. Now, what does this public good look like? To most Michiganders, I would say the public good means things like roads, local and state, schools that work for our kids and not for special interests, a budget that supports teachers who are the best and not simply those who have been there the longest, maintaining bridges, which pose a tremendous threat to the public if not maintained, and perhaps closest to my heart is our duty to pay down debt incurred by the state so that our children and their children are not saddled with an ailing economy beleaguered by unpaid debt. And a few of these items do exist in the budget before us today to some degree, and I'm grateful to the members of the majority party who wrote this budget, and I'm sure spent late nights, missing sleep and time with family to work out these details. However, I'd submit to the members today that it's our job to weigh the pros and the cons of the bill before us, and we have to look at what else is in this budget in the broader context of state spending and priorities. Madam Speaker, I simply cannot face my constituents and answer why continued investments in the SOAR Fund to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars are in the public interest, a fund which has previously handed out cash to businesses without our state's best interests in mind. I can't explain to them why we need $100 million for contamination site remediation, but only for those sites in disadvantaged communities, the definition of which seems to be elusive. I can't explain to them why we need $1 million, more than most Michiganders' retirement funds will ever reach, for a sentencing commission simply to do the job that we, the legislature, sitting around the table can do. I can't face my neighbors and explain why they need to pay for their college, child care, and child delivery costs, while some inmates and Michigan prisoners will be offered free tuition and the like to get their bachelor's and offset other costs. I'm at an absolute loss for words on how to explain to my constituents, friends, family, and neighbors why we fund Global Michigan with $2.3 million when we have families in all of our districts who need help today. And Madam Speaker, for the life of me, I'll never be able to explain why we spend $100,000, an amount almost twice the median income of Michiganders, on a poet laureate who does I still don't know what. We face many problems here in Michigan, and there actually is fairly widespread bipartisan agreement on those problems. And while we may squabble over the solutions, we could agree on addressing those in our budget at least. Sadly, we've not done that today. We have not done that in this budget. We've let our constituents down through our lack of transparency and our failure to properly steward their hard-earned dollars. I urge my colleagues to join me today in voting no on this budget. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Whitwer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Developing a budget for a state of 10 million people is no small task. I'd like to recognize the Appropriation Majority Vice Chair from District 94 and the Minority Vice Chair from District 45 for her partnership, friendship, honesty, and the experience that she brought to help me and the rest of Appropriations. I truly appreciate her. I also appreciate all the subcommittee chairs who have put so much hard work and dedication into creating a budget that works for our entire state. I'd also like to thank our policy team and legislative staff and the fiscal agencies for the long hours they've put into crafting this budget. The entire budget process has truly been a team effort. We've listened to our communities, we've had hundreds of meetings, and our hard work has paid off with an excellent budget that reinvests in our state and serves our people. It was most important to all of us to make sure, despite any partisan rhetoric, that our budget leaves no community behind. We worked hard to include substantial funding to support our local governments throughout the state in urban, suburban, and rural districts alike. This budget ensures that an increase of 2% of revenue sharing will go specifically to public safety, and an increase of 5% will help support all the other services that Michiganders rely on, including fire departments, sewer systems, and outstanding parks. We're enhancing public safety throughout the state by graduating 50 state troopers, improving police training, and improving our forensic ballistics system to help police solve more crimes. At the same time, we're devoting additional funding to fight crimes in the areas most impacted. I'm proud of the way that this budget shows up for first responders. We're providing them with the support they need, including additional mental health care to help them cope with the life or death challenges that they face while serving and protecting us. As the headlines tell us, Michigan's population has been shrinking, but the impact of these demographic changes have been felt especially in rural communities. Our budget promises to expand our rural labor force through substantial investments in a program that my partner on the other side of the aisle is very proud of, Future Farmers of America, and other programs that promise to power Michigan's agricultural economies. We're lowering barriers to adult learners throughout the state by making skilled trades training more accessible and providing additional funding for programs like Michigan Reconnect. Funding for the Michigan Achievement Scholarship will enhance educational opportunities for low-income and middle-class students alike. Combined with the school aid budget's outstanding investments into special education, support for at-risk youth, and increase to the foundational allowance, this budget support for students will help our state build toward an even brighter future. Our investments will improve our workforce and strengthen Michigan's long-term economic prospects. Our budget prioritizes the health of every Michigander. It expands services for vulnerable populations, including perinatal and maternal care, Meals on Wheels, and support for foster families. We're also supporting those who suffer with mental illnesses with substantial increases for mental health care. Our budget expands our behavioral health care workforce through increased funding for recruitment and retention and will support the education of more social workers. We're investing in 19 additional certified community behavioral health clinics throughout the state. And this is all in addition to the school aid's robust funding for school mental health professionals. Communities from Southeast Michigan all the way up to the UP have lost millions from water infrastructure failures. We're finally using unspent federal dollars from the American Rescue Plan Act to repair roads, bridges, and dams throughout the state instead of sending those dollars back to Washington, D.C. We're investing right here in Michigan to make a difference that Michiganders can see and feel in their everyday lives. Through the hard work of chairs, vice chairs, and our excellent policy and legislative teams, we've made these transformational investments, all while paying down debt and making a substantial deposit into our rainy day fund. As my colleagues and I worked on this budget, I met countless constituents from across the 76th district, which is very diverse. Some were Lansing residents worried about crime. Some were rural farmers who wanted access to broadband. Some voted for me, some didn't. But I listened to everyone. Our colleagues right here in this chamber did the same. Together, we've created a budget that reinvests in every Michigander. Our budget supports the common sense priorities that will make a difference in the lives of Michigan residents across the entire state. This budget is for the people of Michigan, and I say it every time I speak, which isn't often. We are here because of the people, and we are here for the people. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem recognizes Speaker Tate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since taking office in January, we ushered in an era of state government that puts people first. Today, we are going to deliver on a plan for the people of this great state. We are reinvesting in Michigan. We are prioritizing investment in our local communities, which has been the focus of effort for every member in this chamber. Michigan has been sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars in one-time funds from the federal government. And today, we will deploy those funds to facilitate improvements all across the state of Michigan for our constituents. Dollars will be spent to fix local roads, repair and replace water infrastructure, fund local fire departments, support public safety and community policing, invest in our energy future, and enhance local communities. Federal dollars have been left on the table for too long, and Michiganders deserve to see dollars put to use in their neighborhoods and their communities. Madam Speaker, this budget is a statement of our priorities. And this budget reflects the priorities of the people. We are maximizing state dollars to ensure Michigan gets its fair share of federal money to help fix roads, expand transit, rail, and other infrastructure. We are funding efforts to continue the replacement of lead service lines to ensure access to safe drinking water. And we are streamlining systems to get infrastructure work done faster. We are also funding affordable and workforce housing so that our communities can grow and families can thrive. Our commitment to housing will continue for years to come because we are serious about making Michigan more affordable, and we know available housing is necessary and is a must for continued economic growth. We want safe and strong communities. That's why we're increasing the number of state troopers working to keep Michigan safe. We're supporting funding support for victims of violent crime and committing to a funding stream to support public safety and fight violent crime. We are also investing in the health and well-being of residents by expanding support for new and expecting mothers, increasing wages for direct care work, access to essential health services under Medicaid, and mobile health units and other vital treatments. Healthcare is essential, and we are investing dollars to support a healthier population. Over the course of the past 6 months, we have been keeping busy because the people have been demanding of us. You know, a yes vote today will impact future generations for the positive and improve their quality of life and reinvest in things that matter most to them. And Madam Speaker, our residents sent us here not only to deliberate, which we do, not only to build relationships, which we have, but also to take action. If we go back home, our constituents will ask us, what have you done for us? How have you made our lives better? This budget does that. And I encourage and welcome a yes vote to support the priorities of the state of Michigan and the people of Michigan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the conference report. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board. Representative Tisdall votes aye. Votes aye. Representative Johnson votes aye. Representative Mueller votes aye. Representative Leitner votes aye. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of adoption of the conference report for House Bill 4437, there are 61 aye votes and 47 nay votes.
Serving, having voted therefore, the conference report is adopted. Speaker. Recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
I move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor? Never mind. But thank you anyway. But thank you anyway. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to see the order of second reading of bills and take up Senate Bill 377.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 377, a bill to amend the Code of Criminal Procedure. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are amendments. The clerk will read.
Representative Ayash offers a floor substitute, H1 identified as Amendment 1.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Taking order of second reading of bills, and we'll take up Senate Bill 56.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read. Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 56, a bill to amend the Michigan Penal Code. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to see the order of third reading of bills and take up Senate Bill 377 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 377, a bill to amend the Code of Criminal Procedure. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 377, there are 56 aye votes and 52 nay votes.
The majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
In order of third reading bills, move to take up Senate Bill 56 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill, the people of the state of Michigan enact.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are no amendments. Speaker recognizes Representative Fink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The apparent intent of this law that we're repealing today is laudable. Marriage is the most fundamental building block of our society, and that's really an understatement. And I am sure that the intent of this law was to encourage wholesome families for children to be raised in for the betterment of our entire state. And in that sense, I have no problem with the law that we're looking at and agree with those goals. And though some have said that the law at issue here is out of date, I think that could only be true if marriage no longer carries the societal benefits that it always has. But I think it does still carry those benefits, and so I don't buy the argument that this law is out of date, and I would not oppose the law for portraying a positive view of marriage and encouraging it in that way. But I don't believe this law is actually having that effect. Michigan couples are living together without getting married at high rates now, despite this law. And not only is this law not enforced, I doubt that there is any serious will to enforce it. So if we're relying on this law to set an example for marriage, our reliance has clearly been misplaced. And when we leave a law on the books that we have no intention to enforce, we turn that law into a lie. And that is a very dangerous thing. For that reason, I will vote yes on Senate Bill 56. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of Senate Bill 56, there are 82 aye votes and 26 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the bill is passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move for immediate effect.
Majority Floor Leader moves to immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered.
For the purposes of an announcement, the chair recognizes Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Democratic colleagues, caucus call. Democratic colleagues, caucus call. Speaker's Library.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind my Democratic colleagues that we are going to be caucusing 5 minutes ago in the Speaker's Library. So if you can please head your way to the Speaker's Library. Democratic colleagues, the caucus chair has called caucus 5 minutes ago. Thank you.
I was also unaware of that, so thank you for the announcement. Democratic colleagues, caucus.
For the purposes of an announcement, the chair recognizes Representative Borton.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd like to call a caucus for the Republican caucus members. Attention, Republican members, we have a caucus in the caucus room.
The House will come to order. House proceed to reports of select committees.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, I herewith return to the House House Bill 4437. The Senate has adopted the report of the Conference Committee in order that it be given immediate effect.
Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing presentation to the governor. Messages from the Senate. Messages from the Senate.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, I herewith return to the House House Bill 4044. The Senate has passed the bill.
Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
I herewith return House Bill 4233. The Senate has passed the bill.
Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
I herewith return House Bill 4354. The Senate has passed the bill.
Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
I herewith return House Bill 4356. The Senate has passed the bill.
Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
I herewith return House Bill 4357. The Senate has passed the bill and pursuant to Joint Rule 20 inserted the full title.
House agrees to the full title. Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
I herewith return House Bill 4689. The Senate has passed the bill, ordered it to be given immediate effect, and pursuant to Joint Rule 20 inserted the full title.
House agrees to the full title. Bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor.
I herewith return House Bill 4294. The Senate has passed the bill with substitute S1 and an order that be given immediate effect.
The bill will lie over one day.
I would transmit Senate Bill 148, a bill to amend an act to license and regulate dealers in and research facilities using dogs and cats for research purposes. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
I would transmit Senate Bill 149, a bill to amend an act to license and regulate dealers in and research facilities using dogs and cats for research purposes. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
I would transmit Senate Bill 281, a bill to amend the Insurance Code of 1956. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
Bill is considered read for first time by its title, referred to the Committee on Health Policy. Announcements by the clerk of printing and enrollment.
Clerk announced that the following Senate bills have been received on Wednesday, June 28th. Senate Bills 148, 149, and 281.
The House will stand at ease.
The House will come to order. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed to order of third reading of bills and take up House Bill 4322.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4322, introduced by Representative Coleman, a bill to amend the Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act, People of the State of Michigan, and Act.
Without objection, the bill be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Coleman offers a floor substitute H1, identified as Amendment Number 1.
On third reading, amendments require support. Is there support? There is support. The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board.
Yeah.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
I move to clear the board.
Without objection, so ordered. Members, knock it off. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to temporarily pass.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed to order of messages from the Senate and take up House Bill 4696.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, sir, I herewith return House Bill 4696. The Senate has passed the bill with substitute S1 and pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
The question for the House is concurring. The bill will lie over for 1 day. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
I move to suspend Rule 41.
Majority Floor Leader moves to suspend Rule 41. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. Question for the House is concurring in the Senate. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question concurring in the Senate substitute to House Bill 4696, there are 56 aye votes and 52 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the Senate substitute is concurred in. The House will agree to the title of the bill. The bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment printing and presentation to the governor. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continue to order message from the Senate. Move to suspend Rule 42 and take up House Bill 4820.
No.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move to take up message from the Senate.
Without objection so ordered, the clerk will read.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, dear sir, I herewith return House Bill 4820. The Senate has passed the bill with substitute S1. Pursuant to Joint Rule 20, inserted the full title.
The bill will lie over for 1 day. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Move to suspend Rule 42.
Majority Floor Leader moves to suspend Rule 42. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say nay. Rule 42 is suspended. The question for the House is concurring in the question for the House is concurring in the Senate substitute. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question concurring in the Senate substitute, House Bill 4820, there are 56 aye votes and 52 nay votes.
Majority of the members elected and serving having voted therefore, the Senate substitute is concurred in. The House will agree to the title of the bill. The bill is referred to the clerk for enrollment, printing, and presentation to the governor. Members, we're going to be doing a few farewells to staff, so please take your seats. I'm not enforcing Rule 32, but you just be nice and do it and quiet down a little bit. Speaker Pro Tem recognizes Speaker Tate.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, with staff and people that have been a part of our teams, when they end up moving to different roles, it is always bittersweet, and this is no different. We are going to be saying goodbye to Gabby Murdetai from my office. I know I have to get that right. Funny story. I know it's 9:30 at night, but about a month ago, I was at an event at LAHC, and I was giving just recognition to members of my office, and Gabby was there in the audience, and I completely butchered her name. But she forgave me for it, and like always in her time in the office, she has been very forgiving, very thoughtful in doing the work in the office. So everything from working together to get a state of the state organized and off the ground and done flawlessly, to supporting the Chief of Staff and her work to ensure that the chamber is operating effectively and efficiently. So we will certainly miss Gabby. She will not be going far from us, but she will not have as much time here in the chamber. So, Madam Speaker, just want to recognize her and the work that she's done for this chamber and also for the people of Michigan.
Members, please join me in thanking Gabby for her service to the Michigan House of Representatives. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Madam Speaker, I request for this farewell that you enforce Rule 32 in honor of this staffer.
Barron. Members, we're going to enforce Rule 32 just for Jelani for one last time. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you'll indulge me, we're going to put decorum to the wayside for this particular farewell. When I first met Jelani, I was an eager freshman legislator, or soon-to-be, just off winning a tough primary, and I was ready to take on the world and make Lansing a force of good. Jelani had on tweed pants, and I quickly appreciated that this was a man who knew fashion and understood what quality fabrics were. He was also bursting with energy. All the while, he had this calm, steady demeanor and made you feel assured in this often nervous institution. He was working with Floor Leader Robbie at the time and was a man that was deeply passionate about the institution and the power a place like this can hold. There were a couple things I learned about Jelani. Number one, he was extremely well-liked and loved by many. Number two, he was really passionate about three things. Number one, he loved to practice Japanese. He had a deep appreciation for high-quality stationery. And when he could, enforcing Rule 32 was his favorite pastime in this chamber. But what struck me most about Jelani in addition to his smarts, his maturity, his interests in this often demanding work was his integrity. There are people you meet who you have a good inkling right off the bat. You know they are decent, kind people. Jelani was one of those people. There are also folks you meet that you know are straight shooters. And Jelani was definitely a straight shooter. But as you peel the onion a little bit, you begin to understand the story of who that person was. See, I quickly learned that Jelani was raised to be fundamentally honest and hardworking and to treat people with respect. And there are times where that first impression sometimes fades over time and you begin to understand the person, and sometimes there's doubt. Sometimes the initial impression is no longer as strong as it once was. But then there are others that the longer you get to know them is reaffirmed. The more you spend time with them, the more they're tested with tough situations, the more that initial impression is further confirmed. Now, I've had the honor of working with Jelani in the 101st and the 102nd legislature. And aside from being the locomotive in this legislature, he, what I think most importantly, helped shift the conversation on how we value and compensate our staff in ways that'll have a permanent mark for so many people that are often behind the wall of this chamber. I've watched him grow. I've watched him challenge me grow. And I've watched him manage, as he calls it, the business of the state of Michigan. He's always been the guy and partner in this work that you'd ever want a floor manager to be. And if you're a floor leader like me, you find out that he's one of the most well-liked and well-respected staffers in Lansing. Although many folks may have a differing opinion about me, it gives me a sense of ease knowing that no matter how frustrated folks get at the floor leader, the floor director was always the shield that protected me from any approval ratings going down. See, it was incredibly moving and assuring for me knowing that I had a partner in this work, that on the floor of this great deliberative body, in this temple of democracy, we had a man that saw the power of this institution even when the cynicism of our politics can wear us down. Even our microphone is a little bit frustrated about Jelani's departure. Colleagues, Jelani is worthy of this admiration. He was tough and didn't give members in this body everything they ever wanted. I know a lot of you walked away from this front desk huffing and puffing why your resolution wasn't moving or why you couldn't give a speech. But Jelani was firm, he was fair, and he made sure that the business of the state of Michigan always moved. And he was a man that was incredibly nimble, and he did as much as he could to share our thinking on the floor, our vision for this institution, and always made sure he was responsive as possible, especially when you'd all text him, I'm 20 minutes away, I'm an hour away, I'm grabbing lunch, the line at Jimmy John's is too long. He made sure to let you know that you were heard as a member in this institution. I want to close with this story. Many of you know I had a problem wearing ties on the House floor last term. But I, in the same vein, love to run up to the podium and give a speech. But we all know the rules say you got to have a tie, and in this year also a turtleneck, to be recognized by the chair. He was quick to take his tie off to make sure that the speaker would recognize Representative Ayash. Now, the first day of this session, the first Democratic trifecta since Ronald Reagan, and I was wearing my tie, picked it out to match my suit, but I realized the floor director was far more important than the floor manager on opening day. So I ended up taking my tie off, and I gave it to him. And so he doesn't forget, I framed it so he remembers that the one time he forgot his tie, the floor leader had his back. Jelani, you have not only been a great staffer, a great floor director, a great leader, but you are a really, really good man. You have left an indelible mark on this institution, and I'm so proud to call you a lifelong friend. We love you, and good luck in Scotland.
Colleagues, please join me in thanking Jelani McGadney for his service. Oh, Jelani, I'm mad at you about that one. We're no longer under Rule 32, in case you couldn't tell. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The follow-up to a great man like Jelani will be an even more incredible woman in Melek El-Dasuqi, who will take on the role of the next floor director when we resume our full session schedule in the fall. This was a choice actually Jelani made. I had no choice in the hiring process. He actually requested that he gets to decide his successor, and I said, fine, you're my boss, it's not the other way around. So I'm excited to be welcoming her on. She knows that there's big shoes to fill, but if there's any teacher that can show the ropes around this institution, it certainly would have been Jelani. So we're excited to have her here, and once again, we love you, Jelani McGadney, and I'll be visiting you in Europe sometime soon. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Much to his chagrin, I request that we remove Rule 32.
I already did that. You were already a mess without him. I already did that. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
We did that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed the order of reports of select committees.
Do you want to, yeah. Let's try that one again with a better microphone. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Mic check. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to see reports of select committees and take up Senate Bill 173.
It's 173.
173? Okay. Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
To the Speaker of the House of Representatives, dear sir, I herewith retransmit to the House, together with the conference report, Senate Bill 173. The Senate has adopted the report of the Committee of Conference, or the bill be given immediate effect. The conference report was read as follows. The committees on conference and the matters of difference between the two houses concerning Senate Bill 173 recommends first that the House recede from the substitute of the House as passed by the House. Second, that the House and Senate agree to the substitute of the Senate as passed by the Senate as amended. And third, the House and Senate agree to the title.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Ayash.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend Joint Rule 9.
Without objection, the internet requirement is suspended. The question before the House is the adoption of the conference report. Speaker recognizes Representative Glanville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 173. We've known for a long time what a difference post-secondary education can make in a person's life. And there's been a renewed emphasis on skilled trades and vocational training, and for good reason.
Members, just quiet down. Quit being rude. We have a colleague addressing the body. You're not under Rule 32 anymore. If you gotta go back and talk, go do that. Speaker recognizes Representative Glanville.
Thank you. There's been a renewed emphasis on skilled trades and vocational training, and for good reason. They lead to stable, well-paying jobs. But the fact remains that the majority of the careers with the highest demand require a 4-year degree. And that's why it's so important that we as a state support our institutions of higher learning. I support this smart budget because it levels the playing field between some of our bigger public universities and the smaller ones. A prime example is a school in my district, Grand Valley State University. GVSU offers quality educational and athletic opportunities to roughly 20,000 students annually, and many of those being first-gen students. And despite not having equal base funding for years, GVSU has continued to grow, and the 2023-24 class stands to be the largest ever, surpassing even pre-pandemic enrollment. With this state budget, we will be making historic investments in Grand Valley and Oakland University and the University of Michigan Dearborn. Not only will they each receive the across-the-board funding increase of 5%, but each of these universities will, for the first time, receive base funding equal to all our other schools. That is a transformational investment in the future of our state, and the return on this investment couldn't be clearer. More kids will be getting college degrees. Schools will generate more economic opportunity, and talent will come to and stay in Michigan. In fact, 90% of GVSU grads are employed or pursuing advanced degrees today. And of the 140,000 alumni, 109,000 reside in Michigan. GVSU is just one example of how our rich university ecosystem is an economic and social driver for the state. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Paquette.
Hey, thank you, Madam Speaker. I scrambled in the last few hours in this first opportunity to read through this final education budget before voting on it, and there's much to take in. I continue to appreciate the increases in noble areas such as the foundation allowance, unfunded liabilities payments, special ed, and the efforts to recruit and retain talented educators. I appreciate the at-risk funding increase, but am still concerned that those dollars do not travel specifically with the student who is deemed at risk. There also is a removal of bipartisan initiatives, such as the Learning Pods funding, a small amount of funding currently being used now this summer, empowering talented educators to be chosen by parents for supplemental learning, paying teachers generously who are willing to provide their services in a capacity that allows them much autonomy. We have yet to see the fruits of such initiatives before they were cut, funding initiatives that all districts have access to, like the Troops to Teachers program, which is currently bringing in fresh talent from our honorably discharged service members by helping them bypass the stunting way that we pay starting teachers, what many contend to be the largest hurdle to appeal to fresh talent to get them to serve in the classroom or to leave other professions to join the classroom. This was also cut. But I'm hopeful and interested to see how the $64 million that was added in Section 27 and how that begins to address this matter by means of an educator compensation program for the lowest of salaries. Much of our job as legislators in education is to track how dollars are actually being spent, how they're actually impacting student learning. And I look forward to following how this program assists in this endeavor over the next few years. As we well know, there are only so many school aid fund dollars to go around. We see numbers on papers, we put out our press releases, and then we simply hope that these numbers on these pages find their way into the classroom to boost student learning across Michigan. There are aspects of this budget that we can point out that are clearly not going to do that. I asked the genuine bipartisan question as to why we continue to use school aid fund dollars to fund higher education in this budget. $1 billion could do much for the bipartisan goal of a funding of a weighted formula to support those most disadvantaged kids. Not to mention the fact that the list of porky line items added is downright staggering. Why don't we roll these many line items into a weighted formula that travels with the particular student that is deemed at risk? Why are we funding all of these items where someone powerful hired a lobbyist for or has a political tie to get scarce school aid fund dollars? Here are just a few instances, my colleagues. We're buying a swimming pool for just one school, $500K. An auditorium for another district, $3 million. Building an entire high school in another district, $2.5 million. I wonder if that whole high school includes an auditorium, which is cheaper than the auditorium that we're funding. We punish all of those schools we represent that have been fiscally responsible, Madam Speaker, the ones who raised funds for their projects needed themselves. How discouraging. Why would any school make sound fiscal decisions when they can just have someone politically connected to them get some of the taxpayer dime? We're paying for driver's education in 2 specific districts. Great. Well, why not all of them? Buying very expensive roofs, entire CTE centers, and consortiums for only certain districts. Some $50-ish million for these district-specific projects. Learning coaches for just one district, $2 million. Why don't all districts get a wellness center for $1 million in the state budget? It is only just one. Because the